Hello. Hello, hello. Shrew and Frederick. How's it going? Need to brush my hair? My hair? Brush it vigorously. Gotta get all that hair out, you know? Gotta get all that hair off my head. Moneywise, how's it going? You're gonna pre-order GTA VI if it gets announced today? No. But why? Why would you need to pre-order a digital edition of a game? Plus, I don't know, is Grand Theft Auto on PC? Because I don't own a console. Other than, like, I have a Nintendo 64. But anything later than that... I think I've got a PlayStation 2. Somewhere. In some garage. Ooh. Ugh. Alright. But yeah, Grand Theft Auto 6, I don't know. I don't know if I'm really interested. I don't know if it's really my kind of thing, you know? Grand Theft Auto 4 was funny in high school. It was a good time. Let me open up my shit. What is... What are you... Oh, that's... That's a little... I'm bleeding. Amura, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Let me open up the project. Cool, cool. So yeah, I had the weekend off. You know, like streaming again, but like weekend. Take the weekend to. I'm easing into it, I guess. But yeah, the whole weekend I've just been thinking about feet. So. Oh, hello. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, a big... Is it big coffee? Not in my big coffee? It's not my cup. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Was it too girly?
Yeah, I can't drink from a... I can't drink from a pink cup. People will think that I'm feminine. I'll show you. Very swag. And an Oreo. Thinking about what? About feet. Like foot. Foot and feet. You heard right. Oops, I need to bank these logs. So yeah, I think what we need to do first and foremost with the feet is some helper functions. I think the way we're gonna structure our code is... Oh, hello, girl. You gonna sit? Sitting. Mm-hmm. Do I have this camera set up? Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 What a good cat. Pair and girl. Who are you looking at? Where's Lady Cat? Sierra Brown Cat? No, they're all my cats. They're all my cats, although I did leave one of them at the farm because he just likes it a lot better there. The Red, hello. And Sneaker. How's it going? Amethyst, I want my cats. Me too. I want your cats too. Not for you, darling. Not for you. Not for you. Switch, how's it going? Yiga or Jiga, and another guy in the chat. Meow meow. Adamant CG. Ooh, how's it going? I'm here. Monsieur Room? Hello. You're so funny. Huh? Oh, someone needs to like make a cologne that just smells like cat fur. You know? Either that, or I need to like skin my cats and then make like a face mask out of the cat fur, you know? But wear it inside out. She can't understand it. You can't understand anything I say, can ya? You silly girl. You're funny. When you move to New Dermasol, I'm here. I finished my house. Well, 60% of it. I've completed 60% of what's it called? Thing. Regarding Unreal Engine, which version should I use? 5.7 or 5.6 or any other lower version for making mobile games? I would just go with the most recent one. Just for stability's sake. But there shouldn't really be any yeah. I mean, it's... You just gotta get started, basically. But yeah, 5.7 should be fine. I'm on 5.5, but that's just because I'm like super lazy. I'll probably end up at 5.7 by the end of the week because I need to update my plugin thingo. Yeah, it's probably right, Adam. Probably right. Okay, so yeah, what I was thinking, see how we've got like all this recurring logic that's just like, oh yeah, do this. We're just gonna, from the start, because I have so much confidence in what we're doing, we are going to do it properly from the start. Because I know it's all going to work. So we'll actually make it. Very good. Let me pick me the video and what's it going to be about. It's a good question. I'll probably make a video about my water system once that is shipping. To like, you know, explain how it all works and get people to buy it so that I'm not poor. But aside from that, well, I've got some Grid 2D videos, like Niagara Grid 2D. That I need to do. What if I, hold on. That's about the same as it was, right? If I lower that, but then I put the music up, but then the Windows notification sound isn't as loud. Alright, and then we do add local offset to the scaly mesh. Right. Alright, let's do a helper function. Initialize main capsule. And we will chuck this into that. Bitch, let me fucking... I said control... Close and open. Does that much want to hear tutorials again? Hell yeah. That's what I like to hear. So this part here, initialize main capsule, is well... you know what? The only bit I'd want to override is scaling the capsule. Probably want to do this here, but then this here. Set the center of mass, add the offset. This bit all goes in the... Oh my god, why won't I just fucking... There we go. It's like I can't cut and paste. Whatever. Half height is initial. Capsule. Are they fucking... They're fucking doodads. No? Yeah, local variables. But just talk about how you use your plugin in our films. Maybe make a short film to explain properly as example. There'll be tutorials on how to use the plugin. I mean, there are tutorials on how to use the plugin. You don't really need to do anything specific for films if you're in Unreal Engine. It's all just as it is. Right, if these are just local variables, then I may as well just chuck them in here. You know what I could do? Even easier is do this. Collapse the function. Bam. And that'll keep all of... Excuse me. Said. Collapse to function. Collapse to function. There we go. Instead of initialize, I might just call it setup. Set up main capsule. So then this would be set up 1 foot. Did I bust out a Logitech mouse? Yeah. It's, I mean, it's fine. I don't have any issues with it, aside from when it stops working. Which isn't very often. Alright, so let's yeet this bit. I'll just yeet that. We will go this guy. So we're going to do an array of... Well, we need a struct. If I do a struct again, blueprint struct. This is an appendage struct, or should I call it a ppf underscore? What do I call it? A leg chain? Feet chain? Whole ass foot? Whole ass leg? I'll just call it the appendage struct. And then this one will have in it a foot mesh of type. Well, it's actually a collision, box collision, right? Foot collision. We also have the ankle collision. Although I was thinking, right? I should have done this before I fucked around with it, but offset. Okay, well, just make it. Create local variable. Create local variable. That's it. I was thinking program naming things. Yeah, actually. Yeah, he has a foot, but it's not happy. Right, because that isn't... It's like it's used in the fucking setup. Of the feet. Ugh. This is so annoying. Wow, that's really not helpful. Office. Just, yeah, whatever. Oh my god, what do you want now, bro? What do you mean you're not blueprint writable? Is it because I... Is it because you've been, yeah, named over? Wait, are the object's pivot point against a Y vector? Sorry, I was just curious about it. I think that's just to create some random noise. Like, it's essentially just a variable randomizer based on the location. I think. And then we'll do leg joint. Which, what does that need to be? I guess it is the whole ass constraint. Physics constraint. Physics constraint. Component. Yes. And then foot joint. Yeah. Okay, look, just stop yelling at me. That's right, Stooge. We're in streamer mode. They call me Epic Streamer Royale. Right, that's setting it up, but I have to actually make it. Yeah. Yeah, Amethyst, you're so lazy. Oh my god, resting makes you so lazy. Resting's banned. Okay. Let's function. Set up appendage. You know what? It's initialize appendage. We love initialize. It makes us sound smart. So it should be leg joint. Fuck you, go up. Fuck you. There you go. You go up there. Leg joint, leg collision. Foot joint, foot collision. I probably don't even need to return them, actually. I might do it in here. So this is our appendage array. ppfeed appendage struct, and you are an array. And then we're going to add a guy to it, and that will be make. Cool. So how does one do this? I guess it's literally just the hip and the foot position is all we need. Oh no, they should all actually be. Should they have a resting position or? No, because I guess we're going to be using location to drive the feet. So the resting position's determined by the stride anyway, so that doesn't actually matter. Input. This is going to be the hip. Or I guess it's leg. Leg start. Leg start offset for this one. And then we have the foot and... You know, I'll call it leg start local and then foot end local. So I hope you guys don't mind that I'm playing RuneScape in the background. Just vibing. Vibing in Valamore. What a sick place to be. And then... yeah, so then that will just go into here. I probably need a... like a foot size. Which is in the extensors. Meant to be. Oh look, now Amethyst knows. Maybe you should have putting Windows in Amethyst Office instead of game. Well, to be fair, I was stripping paint while she was working. So, you know, I'm not totally useless. Now, this sphere collision, what I was thinking, right, with the ankle, instead of just doing an ankle dummy mesh, which is like giga-fucky, we do a capsule collision, because then that can double up as blocking underneath the capsule. Given that we will be welding them, or not welding, disabling collision between that and the capsule, so it will all work out quite well. So yeah, I was thinking capsule collision. Let's fucking add component by class. Capsule collision. Also, capsules are the second cheapest collision shape. Right? Giga-fucking industry term? Yeah, yeah. In my industry. So then sphere radius, these are all relevant, and that is relevant. This is relevant. Yeah, these ones need to be local variabled. So we're just going to localize that. This is appendage. Well, what do we call it? Yeah, leg joint. It's not leg joint L or R, it's just leg joint. Then you can get attached to character main capsule. Also, what's everyone been up to? Tell me about your day. Hey guys, welcome home. Tell me about your day. How was your day? How was everyone's day today? Also, what's everyone working on? Tell me something interesting. I need inspo. I need hashtag GameDev inspo hashtag. Implement a Vulkan-based render engine. Okay, okay. We got a smart person in the chat. What a surprise. Metasound's what I'm working on now. Nice. Yeah, Metasounds is pretty cool. Metasounds is quite cool. Got Lex effing marvelous design for a week now. It's hard to get the measures from exploding. Also crash all the time. But accept the price for VFX ready models. Yeah, true. Yeah, I've seen Marvelous used. It seems really good. Probably a bit overboard for what I need, but yeah, if you are doing like, yeah, like proper real work, then I can definitely see how it's almost like a necessity. Especially because I guess it like with Marvelous, you don't necessarily have to be much of a modeler, because it almost like models it for you. I mean, you obviously have to put the pattern together and whatnot, but yeah, it's a very cool approach to doing that kind of stuff. I've realized that, like, for doing my character's clothing, because I want clothing to have, like, swappable, not just, like, colors, but, like, patterns on them. So, like, if you find a piece of cloth and it has a certain, you know, weave or, like, you know, a pattern in it, and you make clothes from that cloth, it should actually have the exact same colors and the same pattern on it. Which means that all of the clothes have to be UV'd with, like, actual seams. Like, seams where clothes would have seams. Because then you can just put the tiling thing on it. Clean topologies, I'll try it. Yeah. Yeah, because it uses just like a really fine, well, cloth simulation. And I guess then you can retopologize over the top of it if you know, need a low poly version. And just bake the normals. Should it be called foot? Heel. Position. Local. Hip. Well, it's not really a hip though, is it? It could be... Because this is for, like... I'm calling them legs. But, like, humans have 4 legs. But is that too confusing? Maybe I'll just call it start and end. Yeah. So this one here, Capsule, is going to go halfway between this and that. Actually, no, it should be... I can just do a lerp, can't I? Should be 2... This is for the center point of it. So if I am... my eyes. The capsule is essentially this, right? So the capsule used to be like this, but we shorten it by 1/3. So now there's this space here. So from the hip start, then the end point is down there. And I essentially want to put in like the shin of a character to here. And that'll actually have collision as well. So that means that the start point is three-quarters the way down, which is 0.75. Blah, 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 blah. Weld simulated body. And that's to the joint. Yeah. I mean, yeah. We don't actually have to do that, but it's just easier for querying and shit. And the foot joint takes... Oh, that's a new joint. Then we just do a token attachment. And then this guy is the foot mesh. That's just hard-coded for now. I don't really care. So let me catch up on the chat. Bunnywise, land surveying. Hell yeah. What is in for Unreal? Pretty much watch all content on Fluids is on YouTube, so your streams are the only new content. There you go. We're going to be doing more water stuff soon, TM. Very soon, TM. Foot joint goes to leg mesh. Wednesday, waiting for a meeting to start in 15 minutes. We're on aircraft landing system functions. Unreal Engine wise this week. Weekend I did some SQL database, backbone, UI HAL, and a name generator. Nice. Yeah, UI sucks. UI is evil. Someone should just like ban UI, you know? Someone should cancel UI. Yeah, so we're going to finish this one day. Hashtag one day. Maybe. Look at those little fellas. Just want to know when we're there. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, water is... Water's a very interesting one. That's for certain. Splishy McSploshy. Yeah, God, there's so much stuff I need to do. Oh, there's a bit of an explosion there. Hell yeah, that's what I want. Something destabilized. You got like an infinite value somewhere. Where's that coming from? Well, not my problem. Not my problem. Because we're working on feet. No water. Water's banned. Water's banned, only feet. I was able to simulate the sweat from the feet, though. Well, yeah. That's very true. Very, very true. This can all die now. Honestly, I think I do want this stuff out there originally. But as, piece of shit. Is it just because there's a local one called that? Yeah, it is. Oh my god, I fucking saved and loaded. Notorious PIG and Piggy Smalls had a baby? Hell yeah. Free bacon, am I right, fellas? Haha, what about bacon dough? Pige. Or is that like page, like beige? Why can't I name this? You know, I delete. I compile. I promote a variable. Initial capsule radius. What do you mean it's already in use? Where? Show me. Is it? No, because it's not fucking... It's not anywhere. How about you piss off? It's not in use. I'm telling you right now. Potion seller, I'm telling you right now. I'm going into battle. And I need only your strongest potions. Oh, is that where it's getting? Alright, let's try again. Initial capsule radius. Capsule radius. Character. Capsule radius. That's it. I'm just fucking done. I'm done. Character capsule radius and one more, which is character Capsule. Initial height. And then also character. Capsule. What is it? Offset? From rescale. Which probably doesn't apply to horses and stuff. Because they probably won't get rescaled. It's more just like character ones where people just already have the capsule set to, you know, this is the full height of the character. And then this component replaces or rescales the I guess I'll call it the initial radius. Yeah, I've run into that too, Lighthouse. It's just unreal things, you know? That's the half height. You know, divide that by 2. You go in there. You go there. Now we're all good. Now, I might not actually need the center of mass to be offset at all. So I'll just keep that like that for now. And then the scaly mesh gets offset to account for this. Okay, so now we can delete this, well, basically just everything here. Get delete, idiot. Delete us the feet. Delete the feet. Almost said delete us the fetus. That is not what we're talking about. Character capsule, owning actor, and then we've got some doodads, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Center of gravy. Current balance vector, appendage array. There it is. Alright. Let's put it up at the top. And then, why are you... Right. So let's just eat that. You know, let's just delete everything. So set figure, that's not even real. That's not real. That's not real. Get center of gravy is real. But we will need to do that properly. You can die. Blueprint self is not seeing how visualize legs. You know what? Just fuck up. Just get deleted. Visualize legs. Hey yo, who up visualizing they legs? For debug values. Now what is this? Initialize. So this is this leg joint, this leg mesh, this foot joint, and this foot mesh. And that's all their setup stuff. Then down here, we actually want to set them up. Although, do I want to maybe just do that at the end after they're all there? Or do I want to do it while they're fresh? Oh, one other thing I wanted to do was the leg mesh, which is a capsule. I want to set its set half height, I guess, to, well, the initial character capsule initial height divided by I don't know how big the fucking shins are supposed to be, but whatever. We'll just do that. And also the radius. And, hold on. I should have done these in like a top to bottom. That should probably be 6 because the extent is set to 6. More feet, Skittles. More feet, more feet. Always more feet. Ow. So that should have both collisions. Collision query and physics. Yeah. New response block. Cool. There was one other thing. Ah, the lines, line thickness. So we can actually see them. And then also visible or hidden in game defaults. Such a funny girl. Saying hello. There is cat. Are you a good cat? Hmm? Hmm. Why do cats smell so damn good? Banger. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, like Lady Cat like escaped for a little bit. Like for a few seconds before Amethyst got her. And then afterwards we couldn't find Girl Cat and we were like, "Oh my god, has she like been outside the whole time? Like, you know, did she sneak out before Lady Cat got out?" And then we were like, "Where the hell is she?" Like, we looked everywhere, couldn't find her. And then turns out she was just under the TV. Relative transfer location. So what? Yeah, I can order the spider snakes, dingo sharks, kangaroos, lizards, centipedes. Get them? No, you can have them outside. My cats have always been outside cats. Like 80% outside, 20% inside. But that was out on the farm. But yeah, I mean, cats I mean, some relatives' cats have, like, eaten snakes. But they, dingoes don't really get them down south. Sharks, cats don't usually go, you know, to the beach. Kangaroos run away from cats and everything else. And then lizards, cats will eat lizards. Cats love chasing little, you know, little skinks and stuff. Yeah, if you're in like a more built up area, then they... Yeah, you're not really supposed to have cats out. Like, let cats be out after, you know, sundown, basically. Heard kangaroos are dangerous though to humans? No, no. It's like saying deer are dangerous to humans. Like, yeah, if you run one over, it's dangerous. But kangaroos are literally just deer on 2 feet, you know? Like, yeah, maybe in a brief period when they're, like, mating and there's, like, a male, like, big bull, kangaroo bull, that you, like, piss off somehow that's feeling super territorial. But otherwise, kangaroos will just... Like, you won't be able to get within, like, 50 meters of them. They'll just bolt. Just big males, mate. Yeah, I mean, I've been pretty close to, like, some big female ones. Like, they're either just dumb or they're, you know, they kind of, like, if there's, like, a herd of them, you know, like 50 kangaroos, they'll all jump away, except, like, one of them will stay. Do kangaroos kick you to death? No, not really. Like, they can. They have the capacity to. But, like, they're not aggressive whatsoever. Like, yeah, people always say, like, oh, Australia, there's, like, kangaroos and, like, they can kill you and stuff. But it's like... It's like we don't have wolves. There's no wolves. There's no, like, moose. Moose are fucked up. There's no bears. There's, like, a few incredibly venomous snakes. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, how many people die from sharks? Like, yeah, like, they're dangerous if they bite you, but it's about, like, if they bite you or not, which is very rare. So if anyone's in Australia being lied to, yeah, I think it's a bit it's propaganda. It's anti-Australia propaganda. I mean, I'm alive, right? I'm quite alive. And you know what? You know what actually makes the animals safer in Australia is healthcare. What's best moves here in Sweden? Pretty much the same. Moves are the most dangerous because you hit them with your car. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Insects are pretty big here. Oh, yeah, true. We've got, like, giga moths. Like, God, I don't even know what they're called. Those... Giant moth. Australia. Giant moth on my window. Australia. These guys. What are the rain? They're called rain moths? Yeah, these fellas. Oh, that's a big one. No, that's a wood moth. Why can't I just fucking... Yeah, big fellas. Yeah, like literal Mothra. Yeah, they're weird. They're almost like bats. Like they give bat vibes. I haven't seen any bats out here yet, actually. Actually, no, I've heard them. I've heard bats, but I haven't seen any yet. Yeah, they're actually kind of funny, the big moths. Like they're like fuzzy and yeah, a bit cute. Let me guess, they're actually poisonous. I don't think they are, because my cats have eaten like shit tons of them. Big crunchy boys. And my cats are still alive, so. Oh, no, I don't want to return. I just want to... That's right. It should be a capsule. Because naturally immune to poison. Well, that is true. Cats actually are, like, well, to venom. Are more resistant to venom per liter of, you know, per liter of blood than a lot of other animals. But because they're so much smaller, it's like... Which I think is my components is four collision. So yeah, I don't think I really need to attach component to component. I might even just forego attachment full stop. Just so then we can use the, you know, just the actor transform. In the stream, damn, I don't have Discord open. Let me open Discord. Oh yeah, I forgot to do the I'm streaming thing. Which I should probably do. Live stream. Hi, oops. Forgot to post this, but I'm streaming. Twitch gang. And then stream dump. And then... Oh, there's your... Right. Let me go... Open image link. And open image link. Right, there's the moth. There's one of the giant moths. And then this is Amethyst's office currently. No, no framing on the window. Paint stripper, stripped paint. Is that fly spray? What is fly spray gonna be doing in here? The windows are open. Possessive animal is ticks in Hungary because lime. True, not tick event. Although tick event, also very dangerous. I'm just kidding. It's how you use it. So really this time on Monday? Yeah, I've been stripping all weekend, you know? I swear that's all we do, is just stripping. Non-stop. Alright, let's go back in here and set up main caps. Then we have the Lyme disease on tick. Shit. That's good. Alright, initialize appendage. So for this guy, initialize physical feat. Initialize appendage. Well, we should have a function called initialize all appendages, which can then be overridden, and then we're gonna do just a loop for loop. Loop? No, what the fuck's it? Just for. Just a for. Not for each, just for loop. For loop. There it is. 0 and 1. Bam, bam. Oh. And then we'll just do initialize appendage. Start local, end local. Bam, bam. And then we can just kind of be lazy and do like a selector. It's just called select, isn't it? So the start local is... God, I can't remember how we... Because this has already got the capsule moved. Capsule. Set up main capsule. So that's been rescaled to 1/3. Huh? I mean, it's actually, yeah, it's, yeah. It's horrific. Offset from capsule rescale. We do that there. So then in initialize append. So wait, when we need it to go lower than we think it does. So offset from rescale. Oh, so I need to pee. I'll be right back. Sorry, I just realized I was muted. I was just saying that it was Lady Cat. And, yeah, now she's gone. Ooh. What are we doing today? We're doing physical character / creature walking. Like a self-balancing roboto. So it should be, the first one is the left one, which is, I think, negative. Negative some number. That's positive some number. You know what, we should do, you know what? We'll do make vector. And then select float. So the first one's minus 15, you're positive 15, that's in the X. Y is always 0 because it's in the center. Z is the initial height divided by 2 because it's a offset, and then the offset from the rescale added into that. Actually, no, it's just this. But then for the end, this is where the foot goes. Then that is that. Because that goes all the way down. Then the X is the same as this. And then the Y is whatever. Cool. Spindale's getting floated boys, so you just up and down. This dude does self-balancing by / quadrupeds. Yeah, it's, I mean, to be fair, I've kind of done it before, but it was with a ball, like a ball bot. Wrong button. So like here, minus all the crazy shit. So I did it here just with, you can see like the cylinder and the ball is like a self-balancing, you know, thing, which is a lot kind of easier in a way because you've got continuous contact with the floor. But that's also the downfall of it, is that you've got continuous contact with the floor, which means like when you go over like a bump or something, you get like, you know, jitters and whatnot. Let me go. Actually, no, I can jump. Hold on. Okay, no, I couldn't. I died. But yeah, basically, you get like a lot of jittering and like, yeah, it just can't do stairs, and it also can't stabilize on slopes very well. How long have you been making this part of the project? Because I swear I remember you working on this like a year and a half ago. I worked on this about half a year ago, and I haven't like been on, I haven't opened Unreal in, yeah, about 6 months, before like 4 days ago, when I returned to the computer. This more complicated events must be a lot worse. Yeah, kind of, because you have to worry about things like I think once it gets moving, It's super easy. It's more about like transitioning from being static to dynamic. Did you go on a summer adventure? I didn't. I renovated a house. And now I'm sick of that. So now I'm streaming again. That should do the thing. Initialize. Do-do-do. Like the outcome of the house? Yes. I'm very, very happy with it. It's very comfortable. It's a lot better than it was. It's added value to the investment or whatever. AKA, we spent a lot of money. You like think in your head, you're like, oh yeah, it's just like, you know, just like get a few things fixed up and like get a bunch of lights rewired and, you know, plumbing plumbed and like paint some walls. Like, you know, it's like a couple of weeks, right? And it's like, nah, like 6 months later, you're still only 60% of the way there. Yeah, I mean, in Australia, we have to use licensed electricians for doing electrical work and stuff. So it's a bit... Yeah, it depends how much you need done, but just getting someone out to do something is like... You know, getting the electrician out for like 5 or 6 hours costs more than I make in a month. You know? Everybody say house but yeah. Well, I know in America you can just kind of raw dog it. America or Canada or, I don't know. Somewhere with too much freedom. I mean, you can do electrical work yourself, but it's just not, you know, you're just not allowed to. Or, I mean, I guess you kind of like... I don't think you'd go to jail for doing your own house wiring, but your house wouldn't pass inspection or something. Like, all of the electrical work's logged and shit. And if you don't have the logs, then I guess it's like, yeah. Have to document everything. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that if there is a house fire, then they know who to point the finger at. And if it's like, if they've documented, oh yeah, no, we did this and we terminated the thing at the thing, and then it gets inspected and it's like, well, there's no, you know, junction termination box down here or whatever. You know, the house owner must have fucking done something. Then yeah, insurance. Yeah. Which I think is fair enough when it comes to electricity. And yeah, it's the same with plumbing. Because I guess, like, electricity and plumbing and, like, gas plumbing and all that kind of stuff, it does affect the people around. Like, if your house burns down or, like, you're spraying sewerage everywhere, it's a bit... Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Skittles. Exactly. Okay, cool. So that's our feet. They've gone the wrong way. Leg mesh. Leg collision. Half height. Yep. A and B. Local offset. Wait, why are they up there then? Is it because this is Z? Ah. Yeah, exactly. Cool. Where are the feet? Set box extent foot collision. X 15. Oh, so this should be the initial radius. Although... Yeah. Come back. So why are my feet doing this? Because I feel like I made the feet, like, giga heavy. I can hear Amethyst laughing. What's she laughing about? What's she laughing about? Why won't she tell me? Laughing at me? Yeah, fair. That's fair. That is fair. Oh, the it should be offset forward by the foot length. So we'll just say plus 5y. But that does get, yeah. I'm gonna make them less thick. Same with the capsule. There they are. Hello. Right. I see. I see. Why are they down there? Excuse me? We're not attaching any of them. Simulate thickness right? Oh, okay, yeah, maybe it's just because they are... Yeah. No, that shouldn't really be... What fucking way is this character facing? They're supposed to face their X, aren't they? Yeah, okay, so it's just that I've fucked up the, the feet. That should be going into the Y. Alright, there we go. Cool. Yeah, I'll move you for now. Right, and that's just moving them in the wrong direction. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, that's our fella set up. Modularly. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Now let's just double check. When I do set up the thing... yeah, we probably do need to... set the center of mass down a tiny bit. So it is, because the hips are like here, right? Hips are supposed to be here. You know, I can even just get the character mesh. Yeah. And these aren't... Okay, that's pretty good. Cool, and then we should set up the hands as well for things like crawling and climbing and stabilizing and whatnot, but let's just do the feet for now. The hands will only, like, activate when they need to, you know. Although for something like a horse, they'd always be active. But we've got it set up in a way where each limb is just, you know, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Now, I just want to check where... So this is our leg joint. You should be free. So this is our leg springiness. Leg suspension. And that is... Oh, does that go down through the feet, though? I can't actually tell if that's... Where's it suspending from? Can I get rid of the man? Oh, no, that's right, that's right. Yeah. So we don't want these to move, we just want the kind of invisible space to be the prismatic joint. Pun intended. Fuck. I'm so funny. Cool, and then let's just double check the hinge point. So he should, yep, just fall over. Yep, cool. And then if that was strong again, and the ankles were less strong. What the fuck was... Oh, they're, colliding. Set constrained components, collision. Physics constraint, set disable collision true. Between the two rigid bodies of this constraint will be disabled, yes. Although I could just have the shins be slightly higher. I should also do the same with the... capsule and leg. Before I initialize all that other shit. So if I put this up higher and let the beat drop, then yeah, so the capsule can clip into the shins and the shins clip into the feet. Right? I don't think we need mass condition. I think that's what was kind of fucking it up last time. Because we want there to be an equal and opposite reaction. So is the music loud enough for you guys? I'll pump it. $31's a good number, because 31 is like the inverse of 69. Same with like 33. Like Expedition 33 was called that because 33 is the inverse of 67. Facts. Cool. All right, this feels like throwing a human around, so that's good. Cool. All right, so now we have feet. And we have them set up. And yes. I love this tongue. What a fucking banger. Over the time to work counterbalance? Yeah. We don't actually have to visualize the feet anymore, do we? Here we go. Okay, calculate center of gravy. To calculate center of gravy, we get our capsule. Well, first we need our appendage array. We're gonna, for each, break that open, get this collision, center of mass. And then we need the actual get mass. Total mass. MS. Total mass. That needs to be total mass plus the new total mass. Total mass vector vector vector. You know what, actually, we should, instead of doing this, we should just have an array of attached object. Or like, you know, attached physical objects. Which would be of type primitive fucking... Primitive components of scene components and container generate some geometry, rendered as collision data, subclasses, shape components, static mesh components, scaly mesh component. So they're the subclasses. So primitive component should, pardon me, have mass, right? Get mass, get center of mass. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. So instead of doing this and then doing the capsule and then doing some attached physical shit, we can just do them all in one. Do I really want to do that though? Maybe this should just be for like additional things. Although they could just unsubscribe themselves from the array quite easily, because there'll always be like an object reference. Yeah, right. When we initialize, set up main capsule, let's add capsule to this. So the capsule goes there, and then every time we initialize an appendage, they get added. Both of them get added, actually, because This is what FBX or everyone online uses FBX running into a problem where the Blender exporter causes precision issues with quaternions. I use FBX, and I haven't really had any issues aside from, and it might just have been a Blender thing, but like with like looping animations, sometimes like things will rotate. Like if something like rotates this way and it wants to reset at the end of the loop to this way, it'll go around the entire thing within, you know, like one frame. But yeah, it depends on like the precision issues. Have you checked like the scale? Although I guess for quaternions that doesn't, like rotations don't, the scale doesn't really matter. What's like the what's the result? The undesired result. Because it might even just be something else. Alright, get center of gravy. Attach physical object primitives, get mass, and get center of mass. Loop over all of them. Total mass vector, total mass. At the end of that, get the total mass and the total mass vector. Divide that by that, and that will give us the weighted average position of everything. Well, this is... we don't need to even. Let's just do promote the variable. Character center of gravy. There you go. And then draw debug values. We get let's just do the center of gravy. Debug sphere. Or should it be debug? No, this is fine. Start and end of the animation. Some keyframes are offset by a random amount. As an activated time because of glitchy plot and then the FBX Explorer version of the anim. It could be. So are you in Blender? It could be like the looping settings of the animation doing some weird stuff. Like, for example, if you're using like Bezier curves, it might be like, you know, using the pre-animation and like, you know, do you know what I mean? Like the Bezier curves that, you know, create keyframe, Bezier keyframes. Try setting the interpolation to linear for everything and see if it fixes it. And then you'll know if it's the keyframe type. That's the only thing I can think of. Every single frame for export. Okay. Loop, attach physical objects. Get mass. Multiply mass by center of mass. World space. Mass plus... oh, right, they're not. Let's see. Oh no, that's fine. Yeah. Wait, then that should be fine too. Maybe I'll just switch these around so that it's less fucked up. Oh, and then that has to add the total mass vector previous. Silly boy. Alright, that should give us our center of gravy, which is right there. Which looks about right for a human. Setting under animation summary, there's something setting called simplify, set it to 0. Ah, okay. Does that like strip frames of it or something? Maybe. Grizzly removes keys with that. Yeah, right. Which, like, doing that doesn't have any benefit because Unreal or like any software will bake that down anyway, right? Key all bones. Fair. Yeah, I haven't used Blender for animation in ages. Ages. I've been using Cascadeur. All right. Oh, this music way too joyous. We need to character. We need to character. So basically, we need to set up a function. I think literally all we need to do is tell the feet where they should be, and the leg and the foot and the rotation of the foot joints should just sort it out, you know? Also, is it only when you import it into Unreal, or if you re-import the FBX into Blender, just in like a separate session or whatever, does it have the issue? Okay, so let's call this feet. We want to update appendage. We're not updating the target location. We are I guess it is just update appendage, right? Appendage, appendage, target, transform. Which, yeah, they should be transforms because... Well, it's... Yeah, fuck it. I'll just use transform. Even though the scale's never going to change. Or should it? Should I just have location and rotation in two separate arrays, or should I have an array of transforms and then fuck with that to do it all? I guess transform has less user error. Appendage end. I should probably do like an initial, like their initial like rest transform, even though the rest transform will depend on the animation and all this other shit. But well, yeah. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a snack. I am back. Okay, so essentially, the way we do walk, so we will likely, we don't want to base it on, yeah, no. Basically, wherever the pelvis is, or the rotation of the capsule, from there to, you know, wherever it is, that's our kind of, like, you know, we'll call that the feet vector. And then from the feet vector, so here's our capsule. Well, the capsule might be leaning, right? Because we might be leaning over. But that doesn't mean that we want our feet to, like, do, you know, like, go here. We want them to, like, you know, act as though, yeah, the ground is here. So from the pelvis to the surface that we're, you know, our target surface is the feet vector. Which, well, it'll be a feet transform or a feet center transform. Kind of. But then it needs a direction as well. Well, no, it needs a facing, a forward vector, and you know, the movement vector, because we can strafe and all that kind of shit as well. But it always needs to be pointing, or kind of down. And then I guess it can be rotated this way as well. So, and that would be there, and then we'd have the facing and the movement. So we should always have, yeah, like 3 kind of vectors. Because if we're running on a slope, or like wall running or something, that changes the feet vector. Or if gravity's different, that changes the feet vector. But anyway, from that feet vector point, that feet, maybe we call it feet reference. Feet of reference, like frame of reference, frame of feetance. We can then analyze, like, the animations. What? Oh, that's that one. Are they rooty? Did I retarget that or not? Can I, like, fucking... What's root lock? Okay, like this. So we then just analyze from pelvis down to feet. Well, from, like, straight down from pelvis to feet. What are the feet doing? You know, what's their trajectory? And then we just know, yeah, for... Well, these ones don't have a target speed. Where are my ones? Front. Can you like fucking... Okay, here we go. So this stride here is a stride for 400 units. So if we, from this reference point, get the feet transforms, and if our character is already moving at 400 units, then this should just work pretty much perfectly. In theory. Very much in theory. So should it be in local space then? But then when we plant our feet, like when we're stationary, Yeah, I think we need to go from the ground up. No pun intended. Like literally from the ground up. So we have our stride point. Which is usually on the ground. I'm just thinking about like bumps and stuff though. Maybe it should be like the pelvis is the reference point. Actually, pelvis as reference point makes more sense. Because if we're in the air and we're playing a run animation or something, then there is no like ground point. So I think pelvis as the reference point. So pelvis height with the capsule's forward vector. But in the direction of where we want it to go. With a target height. That's terrible. So guys, we are doing feet. We're doing feet stuff. Feet IK. It's more like feet K. It's just like straight up, like physical feet. Like a capsule balancing on 2 feet. Pardon me. Swallowed. I swallowed water and now I'm dying. Capsule on 2 feet. Actually, like, physically walking. Because why not? It just sounds fun. Yes, I think our reference frame should be local to the pelvis. Or should it be local to the center of mass? No, because that would cause feedback, right? I guess we can try. We can try both ways. So character capsule. Get center of mass, because that's where our pelvis is. Oh, actually, no, is it? No, that's actually not true. Where the fuck is our pelvis then? It's like... Where's... Come back. It would just be the capsule position minus some amount. The offset value. Oh, so yeah, I think when we do offset the capsule, it should probably be even less. Like, where would that put the center of mass? I can't see it, bro. Wait, why did that just... Everything detached. What the fuck? Bruh. Yeah, whatever. Is that offsetting up or down? Down. Okay. Sorry? What noise? Sorry? No? What? A loud tap? As in like tapping or like a tap running? Might just be a moiterer. Maybe we're gonna get murdered. I mean, it kind of sounds exciting. Ah, Jed said that was him. Jed! Is that the predator? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, literally. This is like... This is just straight up blenderization. How do I get pelvis? Get pelvis. Look, not P Elvis. Get pelvis location, which is capsule. This guy, and then get local. How the fuck do I? Oh, I gotta do like transform shit. Well, get transform. Transform location. Location is, I don't know, let's just say -30Z. And then 10. And we will just imagine that is the pelvis location. Well, actually, if anything, that should just be the offset from rescale. Because the pelvis is usually in the center of the character. Draw debug. You can be blue. Oh, and I'm not. Oh, and then pelvis location. And that can just be a pure. It's pure. A pure value. And that is the blue guy. Which is pretty much where the center of gravity is, but it isn't the center of gravity. Yeah, because we can bend. So that actually works out quite nicely because it's like, well, the pelvis should be at the center of gravity most of the time. Bit of one step closer to footering. Yep. Yep. Looks like he's got a little gimbal in him. Like a little, gyroscope. Okay, so from pelvis. So pelvis is where... Well, actually, fuck, where are our leg joints? Initialize all appendages. The leg joints are offset from rescale Z. And then the ends. Okay, so yeah, so that everything's in order. The legs join here at the pelvis thing. Yeah. So from pelvis... The thing that makes this harder than the ball bot is that when the character, like, let's say they bend forward or like rotate, like if I want to rotate the capsule forward like this, we actually have to make the legs bend like, you know, this way. And that will then counter that way. Like we don't just say, oh, move this, rotate this forward. It's like, well, no, what causes it to go forward? And then it's like, what's the difference between wanting the capsule to move forward or wanting the legs to move forward? You know, like there's no... there's no distinction there. We can't do one without doing the other. New JavaScript program, internal gyroscope. That would actually make it way easier, because then we'd just be using fake... you know, fake angular forces. Linking game? Yeah. You gonna hop? Yeah, no differentiation. So yeah, what do we... Well, I mean, like, we need to be able to make the character lean. We need to say, hey, we need you to be leaning forward. Right? Because that's when we start, you know, walking. That's when walking happens. And we also need to be able to stabilize when we're just static. And I think the way that we'll do that, do the stabilizing and stuff, is with an offset to the current value. So, for example, if we're just running and we're using a stride that is just like, you know, it's set up to go forward. If we then angle the feet like this, then we'll start, you know, turning around. We'll start angling to the side. Or rotating. And, I mean, we'll probably resort to doing some additional, like, angular forces. Which we can call, like, you know, like inner ear. Because it's like, it's just the bit that is impossible to program nicely. And, you know, yeah, we'll just do, like, a fake. As long as we don't do any additional linear forces. Because that's when it starts to fall apart. Because then it just voids the entire point of the exercise, which is to have, you know, like if I'm on a box and I jump off the box will fly out from underneath me. But if you do jumping, where it's just like, oh yeah, when you jump, apply an upward force to the whole character, the character just, you know, the box has no interaction with the character, it's just the character interacting with, like, a jetpack. So no jetpacks. No jetpacks, only gyros. Yeah, but to do that, so if we're telling them to... Yeah. So then... Yeah, okay, so let's do a new functions. These are called leaning offsets. Or like... calc appendage lean offsets. Because also, like, if we wanted the character to go this way, we would make one leg shorter than the other. And we'd do that. We also need a leg max length. which would just be... Well, that would be per dude, wouldn't it? Per appendage, because... So let's put that in the struct. Although now we're fucking editing structs and shit. Also, do they need a minimum length? I mean... Not really, because you can touch your own shoulders. And you can kick your own butt. So yeah, no, it's just max length. Right. Foot is capsule initial half height, right? And you kick your own pelvic. Well, yeah. Yeah. And like we're not concerned with knees, right? The character doesn't have knees or elbows in this representation. Cuz like if you think about it, right? If I do this, like I've got a hand on an arm with two joints. If I just do this, it doesn't, like, the thing that I'm hitting doesn't give a fuck that there's, like, 3 points of rotation creating that linear, you know, piston movement. It just cares about the force at the end. All the thing knows is the force at the end. So we do that with the legs. So they're just on a piston. Like... like this. And then in the character animation, then we do, you know, it has knees, but we don't actually care about the knees. So do we call it the floor vector, or... Or is it just the ground? No, because the... I'll just call it floor vector. Which, for the time being, we can just hard code to be just one. Floor vector, we have the gravity vector. Still playing a great logical character tutorials using mutable? Yes. When I get up to doing characters in this project a bit more, which will likely be soon, because I think I'm gonna do, yeah, like a three-pronged what do you call it, approach for, like, you know, dev stuff. Like there's the character gameplay side of things, there's the world simulation side of things, and there's the asset creation side of things, which can all be worked on sort of independently. But yeah, when I do character stuff, I'll be talking about it a bunch. I guess it is just... Well, no, is our... No, balance vector is from Fulcrum Center. Let's call this current Fulcrum Center. Because then we might have a target Fulcrum Center that needs to... Yeah. We do also... We need to be able to tell when our center of gravity has exceeded the fulcrum, regardless of the position of the feet. So I guess it's like foot back to foot back, foot front to foot front gives us our fulcrum like area, and then we can just check, is center of balance in or out of our fulcrum? And then also, do we want it to be in or out of the fulcrum? You know, like... Although, no, you know what, it probably doesn't matter too much. New scaling mesh parameter thing gives you any... lets you give any mesh parameter at runtime, which is exciting. How, what do you mean? Give any mesh... Oh, any mesh parameters at runtime. So it's just a way of like a translator kind of function. So you can have like a fat parameter, and then you program what it does in the creator sort of thing. I remember they were there was something about like parameter priority, so like in character editor, you know, at the start of the game, it'll update like instantly, but then you can make it low priority in-game, which just does it on a separate thread or something. Also, if only one foot is on the ground, then it doesn't count as the fulcrum. So it's only when they're grounded that, or when both are grounded. Because we can make a character stand on one foot, which they're kind of doing that half the time anyway. Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like a pretty well fleshed out system. I know that it used to be someone or like a group of people, and then Epic bought it. Like it used to just be a standalone plugin. PUBG, I think. Was PUBG in Unreal? Or maybe Fortnite, or I don't know. I just remember the documentation. They have documentation from like years ago. When it was just like a, yeah, purchasable thinger. So if we are like this, I guess it is. So like what is it, gang? So if we're leaning back, we want to go forward, but what is, so yeah, it is the fulcrum. Fulcrum center. So if we're like this, we'd want to lean back that way. Which, yeah, we either have to move our feet to do, or move our pelvis. I mean, when you like stabilize, like using your arms and your pelvis, does that even move your center of gravity? Like, if there was no friction on the ground, then it wouldn't. I mean, you could move it away from the ground, up or down. Well, I guess maybe that's it. Maybe it's just about lowering your center of gravity so that it's easier to... Yeah, actually, no, that's what it is. Like, when you, like, stick your butt out to stabilize, it's because you're lowering your center of gravity. And then because from the fulcrum point to the lowered center of gravity requires less force or less work to actually rotate. Which means that, yeah, you can balance. Anyway. Scale Merchant doesn't native support morph targets, though. The mutable plugin can handle it. I don't know if it can handle, like, runtime morph targets. Like, I know that it can use morph targets to, like, you can bake a morph target. Let's say I had like a skinny to fat morph target, and a character was like 50% fat, and all their clothes had the same, you know, the matching morph targets and stuff. When you generate the character, the new mesh, it can apply the morph targets and bake that into just like the data so that it like removes the cost of morph targets, but I don't think it can go through and like, if you've got, like, mouth morph targets, it would mean that all of, like, the hair mesh and the pants mesh would also need the mouth morph target in its data, or, like, the whole... I don't know, it's a bit fucky. Right, Calc Fulcrum Center. Well, let's just Calc Fulcrum. Which, for now, we will just do as appendages for each. Break, get foot collision, get location. Copilot, how's it going? House is going very well. House going quite well. How do I get length, don't I? Well, no, this is just Fulcrum Center. Overnated substrate tune BSDF model, which allows us to change how light behaves per material. Perfect cell shading can be edited, but no post-process needed. Nice! Don't know the cost though? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what... I mean, if it's for tune, or if it's just for, you know, kind of... I don't know. I wish things were just a bit more, like, open-ended in Unreal. Like their new features are never engine features. They're always, like, add-ons. Add-on module. Do you know what I mean? It's like adding expansions and DLCs for a fundamentally broken game, or a game that just needs more core mechanics. Like, more content isn't gonna, you know, fix it. More is not better. Better is better. Yeah, I feel that. Alright, current Fulcrum Center against... So Fulcrum Center from the center of gravy. Center of gravity minus fulcrum center. Yeah. Then normalize that. That is our current balance vector. And then, when we compare our current balance vector to our target lean vector, then that... Ugh. I need to adjust this damn seat. This is an example for cast shadows from other objects on the cell shaded model. No idea what the global shadows are. Yeah, I don't know. It's... Well, no, it can... No. I think what it's doing is... Well, I don't know. Why don't they just fucking open up... Why don't they make... I don't fucking know. They just need to, like, open up the rendering... pipeline. So that each rendering stage... You can have, like a post-process material type thing. Like a material graph for each rendering stage. Because, like... Under the hood, it's just written in HLSL, you know, like, oh, you know, project the shadows and shit, and, you know, for the shadows, we make things, you know, darken them by the shadow fucking darkness or whatever. Or, like, you know, how metallic and specular react. It's literally just like, okay, calculate screen space reflections, and then if roughness, you know, as it goes to 0, lerp the things in more. And as the roughness goes up, you know, make it less blurry. Or make it more blurry. The cube map, or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna call this target balance. Well, no, that's like the... Is this the current lean vector? Like, cause what is leaning? What are we classifying as leaning? Because, like, we can lean forward. But is that really what we're doing? I don't know. We'll yeah. Control without source for forward rendering, shadow counts per object. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, the rendering's very locked down. Or just, like, obfuscated, or, like, hard-coded is probably the better way of putting it. Slouching. Yeah, how many... What's the dot product value of slouching? Well, we can do the look at rotation from our target balance is target, and then current is start. And then what do we need? This is what we need to do in order to not fuck that up. Yeah. Ninja literally source available. I mean, yes, but I don't mean locked down as in like, you know, it's like completely obfuscated. I just mean it's locked down as in like they've hard coded the rendering pipeline as like one big kind of giga thing. It'd just be nice if you could say like, oh yeah, you know, for this material, you know, at the shadow casting, the shadow projection stage, you know, instead of multiplying the lighting by the thing, I want it to instead make it pink. Which, like, the shadows are cast in screen space. Pretty much everything's in screen space, because it's all deferred. But if you could actually access those screen space passes as, like, individual modules, and be like, oh yeah, the shadow casting, shadow projection stage, you know, and then we give all of the objects like a stencil value or something, and the ones that are stenciled like this, do X with them, or do Y with them. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Yeah. That's customized with that level of compositing. Yeah, I mean, but that's what it's doing under the hood. Like, everything just gets calculated under the hood. Like, this shading here. You know? Like, yeah, that, and, like, the shading... Like, the front to backside shading all just gets done in screen space. You know? Like, we get the world normals. We get the light vector. You know, we do a dot product over the entire screen of, like, you know, wherever the thing is to that, and then we darken the back edges. And, like, that's just how it works. But why can't we do something like, oh yeah, let's, I don't know, sharpen the dot product so that it's, like, completely sharp. Up the contrast on the dot product. Because, like, even things like the source soft angle should be changing, like, heaps of that, right? Or, like, the source radius, but I don't even know if it's fucking even in here. There's a bias, but... No, that's for the cast shadows, though. Like, if cast shadows is off... So this is just pure... Oh, let me turn that off. Sorry, turn it down. Directional light. Oh, actually, okay, no, the source angle does work. But yeah, all the source angle is doing... Well, actually, can't go Python. Yeah, whatever. I can't even fucking remember what I was saying. But yeah, basically just being able to be like, hey, like, I want to... I'm guessing this 0.5357 is the sun's degrees in real life. But yeah, like, we should be able to just, like, write our own thing like this. Like, oh yeah, the temperature, well, I don't want it to be a uniform temperature or a uniform color. I want to do it like I want the shadows to be like a colored gradient or something. Like, gradient map the shadows without doing it in post-process. Like, I want the actual lighting pass to do that. Right, what even doing are we? What? Calculate appendage lean offsets. So, how do we, like, transform this shit? You know what I mean? I guess we want it relative to, well, the balance vector. Or the target balance, because the target balance is straight up. If we're leaning forward and the target balance is straight up, we want to move our feet relative to that, not relative to our own feet. I'll be. Sharp. Alright, so. Alright. I'm a human. So. When I'm like this, what I do is I guess I move my fulcrum forward by like raising my feet, right? Which is essentially just, well, if I was like this, if I was like standing like this, right? Then I'm leaning forward too much. Or I wanted to lean forward, I could just take my foot off. You know. So is it more about changing our fulcrum point versus moving our feet? But then we have to know, like, how are we fucking... I mean, look, this is probably good enough for now. You want to lean forward, but other times you need to be more upright, like Friday said. Yeah, well, a lot of that will be kind of informed by the animations. Or it'll almost be like a feedback loop of like the target pelvis position of the animation is down here. So then we're going to try and do that physically, and then we might do, yeah, like an animation additive. Maybe. What are the rest positions for here? Do we even care about the rest positions? It shouldn't actually matter. Force supply, voluntary or external. Going to strong or up steep hill. Yeah. Well, I mean, it'll just adapt to that with the PID controller. So, like, if we're trying to accelerate in this direction, but we're still not moving, then the error will accumulate, and then we'll go even harder. Which is, yeah, how, like, wind or, like, water will, you know, be factored into it. Because, like, we don't actually need to know what is going on the outside of our character. The character can just compensate through, like, accumulated... Like, there's an expected thing, and then there's an error, and it will... You know. the integral. The accumulated area of error. Alright, well, I'm just going to hard code. Number 1 was minus 15, and this is positive 15, and then it's rotation. What am I doing? How big is this capsule to begin with? Okay, 86. Minus 86. Minus 86. Oops. Performance to make constants rather than parameters like scalars and vector 3s? Yes. Yeah, very much so. Because well, for one, you can optimize out constants. And yeah, like if it's a constant, then the shader never has to expect that it can change. So, like, stuff can get cached and whatnot. Set angular orientation target. So this is the orientation target from itself, or like from the joint, which is the leg. So then how the fuck am I gonna... Okay, if I said 45, and I just, yeah, did that on dick. On tick, update appendages. Then these would go 45 degrees. There we go. Oh, fuck you, engine. But that's 45 degrees from the leg. Just skip restore. So 45 degrees from the shin, which is also from pelvis to foot. The pelvis foot vector. Can you combine transforms? No. Can you add? No. Fuck yeah. It's kind of lame. Lame mayo. Continue to usually remove it? Yeah, exactly. Whereas with a parameter, it could be any value, so it has to keep it. Yeah. Because you can combine transforms, well, there's no native. Manually, I mean, I could just write a function that fucking does it. Honestly, I don't even want to use transforms because the scale is just wasted. I think I might just... compose? Local to world equals compose transforms delta rotation. Local to world will change rotation in local space by delta rotation. Yeah. I might, honestly, I might just turn into location and rotation. No, I just want to get from here. What's cheaper, get a copy or get a ref? I guess it depends on the type, right? I mean, I'm not changing any of them. So we'll probably be doing, yeah, like target, locations, and then some offsets. Fuck's in here? Get out. We've got fulcrum center, calc, appendage, lean, offsets. So your type is less than 8 bytes. Not worth it. Yeah, so like if it's a float. If it's like a rotator or a vector. Well, yeah, a vector is like Yeah, I don't know. Fuck it. Whatever. It's fine. I mean, even if you're getting a copy, you still have to look up the variable anyway. Right? Like, it's still going through a reference. Kinda. Yeah, vector 12, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Let's just try this. But that's in world space. So then if I take this... balance vector, target balance. And it's saying, oh, do this. But then we have to do... I guess that's our capsule forward vector. Or... But see, it's not even like relative to the cap... Well, I guess we need to compose a rotation from the character's... the capsule's forward vector. Capsule's forward vector and right vector. But then the up vector is the current balance vector. Or the balance? Yeah, which is the... Yeah. Make rotation from axes. Character capsule, get forward. And get right. Forward. Right. And then up is our current balance vector. So we have this rotation, and then we can just combine the inverse of this. Is it combine or is it delta? No, it is delta. And it might not be that. Anyway, this should essentially feed offset for leaning. If I then just go update appendages. Offset. Leaning. Then they should... Am I even running that? Where the fuck's the event graph? Get back here. Oh, shit. Update appendages. You're just doing that so that isn't getting called. I think it needs to be the inverse. Or the not inverse. Great. Why are you not? No, fuck you. If we just put this straight in, right? Make rotation from axes. Then the feet should just stay straight. And you know what? We'll even just, we'll put the yaw in as well. The feet should just, yeah, stay in their, like, kind of default rotation, right? And then forward, back. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So that's just saying, according to our thing, well, that's just applying the complete opposite. So is it literally just this without the transform? No, because that means that it change. Well, can you scale a rotator? I guess it is all local, so it doesn't actually. Guess you could lerp it to 0, right? Well, okay, let's think. Let's use our brain, right? We're getting the character center of gravy, current fulcrum center, which we calculate center of gravy. So this should be getting done last. Calculate center of gravy, calculate fulcrum. Oh wait, hold on. Where do we... Right, we're not actually calculating the fulcrum point anywhere. So I'm just fucking idiot. Okay, so now the character's leaning backwards, so he moves his feet to, like, go that way. And then when he's like this, they should... Yeah. And that should just feed back, and, yeah. Yeah, so that's just it using its feet to do feet stuff. Because yeah, if I like do this, then the feet should, yeah, you can see the feet tilting back. Now we do it like this, the feet will go forward to stabilize. Until it eats shit. Does that work in all directions? Well, yeah, but the yaw. Well, no, I guess the yaw's just forced to be straight for now. Yeah, like if we wanted the character to lean forward more, and we said... feet offset for leaning, blah, 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 blah. If we said target balance instead of straight up, we do... I just normalize that. And we say, like, straight up, but like a tiny bit to the right or whatever. Then he will... Yeah, he'll fall over. Maybe let's do it to the XY. Or the... Not XY. No, now he's just fucking dumb. Center of gravity, fulcrum center, balance vector. Target balance. That's target balance world space. Find look at rotation. So what do we need in order to get to that? If that was like negative -05, then we'd probably go forward. Yep. And then if we did to the side, then he should try going sideways. Although the thing is with going sideways is that like the feet can only do so much because obviously we then need to like, you know, shorten our feet. You're trying to get your guy to balance. Yeah, well, we're trying to do all of our walking physically. If we did want some sideways, like offset, to like lean left and right, then we should, well, we need to know trigonometry first. Also, I don't know if this actually works. Offset for leaning. Look at rotation. Because that's in world space, remember? So if I did like back and forward, but I rotated, you know, some random amount. Yeah, then that's not, you know. Well, actually, we'll see. So in regular, normal space, he pushes himself backwards. Or does he? Yeah, so that's forward, and then good luck with terrain and assets collision. That's kind of the point, is that it'll actually make it kind of easier to like walk over things. I have I don't know if you were around however long ago, but we've done a similar thing using a bowl, like a bowl bot character. So this is essentially just this, but with like 2 feet moving in circles instead of a sphere rotating. But yeah, this is all using just angular forces, no like thrusters or kind of arbitrary balances and whatnot. But the reason that, I mean, you can see it now, when it tries to stand still, because the sphere has like a single point of contact, the physics engine just doesn't really like it. And then you also run into things like, well, okay, hold on. Fucking ice. Steps. Steps become, like, very impossible to do without, like, cheating, you know? Like, that just doesn't look right. So, like, yeah, on flat ground, the ball works really well and is quite simple. But I mean, the gist is pretty much the same, right? It's like, if we want to move, we just need to lose balance and then use the ball to, like, balance ourselves again. Games smoking mirrors, there's no cheating, that's how it's done. Well, I don't mean cheating as in, like, yeah. Anyway, basically we need to do this. It needs to be done. Because I said so. Oh, Redbeard, thanks for dropping in. Is that... Okay, maybe that is working and it's just the yaw that's gone fucky. Because this is just look at rotation with the X and the... Looks better than just animations. You can feel the weight is expensive. It's probably about the same. I don't know about doing the feet, if it'll be the same-ish, but when you consider that, like, the standard character movement stuff all runs on the game thread, you know, in series, like, not in parallel, versus when you're actually doing the moving in the physics engine, when it can all get done sort of in parallel. It's cheaper than you'd expect. Like in the previous thingo. Wherever it was. In here, I've got like... oh, fucking wrong button. They're all around here. Are they? Yeah. I've got, like, this many characters all simulating. Like, doing the exact same stuff that my character's doing. But yeah, it also means you get, like, quite realistic, well, not even quite. You get actual realistic kind of, like, interactions between objects. You know, like, I can pull this guy around by his head. And, you know, it slows me down. Or it can, like, jerk me back if I meet some, like, sudden resistance or whatnot. Or you can do, like, I guess you could, like, grapple onto someone to, like, swing around them. Like Spider-Man style. But yeah, the ball runs into some issues. Meme potential's off the chart. Yeah. It's like, it's very memeable. That was a mistake. Cylinder balance is physics simulated, or you set a custom logic to make it load at the center of mass. The cylinder is just a physics object. And it's attached with physical constraints to the feet. So it's essentially like the cylinder. Cylinder here, and then like a piston. Well, a piston like this down to the foot, and then the foot can rotate. But the piston action is just a simplified, you know, knee. Because like physics-wise, knees aren't real, you know? Or, like, elbows aren't real in physics. Like, if I'm pushing this way, and I hit someone, they don't give a fuck whether it was, like, a piston, or I threw something at them, or, you know, if I had an elbow or not. They just care about the resulting force at the end. So the same goes for this to the ground. Or the ground up to this. Some of my creatures are drag player NPC. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of why I like the idea of the character movement being done in physics. Hmm. I do need to check actually if when I initialize an appendage, am I disabling collision between leg and foot? Yeah, cool. But yeah, being able to like drag things around and not have to sort of make up a bunch of stupid values. Like for example, if you're using standard character movement, like kinetic or kinematic character movement, and then you want to like drag a physical object around, you can't really like, you can't have the interaction be like two-way in any like meaningful kind of way. You could like fake it by making the character's movement speed slower while you're dragging something. But then it's like if you were pulling it on a rope, like yeah, you'd move slower going backwards, but then if you wanted to like move around the thing, like, you know, in the radius, that wouldn't slow you down. And it's like, who the fuck could be bothered programming every edge case? Just make it physical to begin with. I need to pee again. I'm back. The world. Oh yeah, it is too. Let me make it a bit less so. How's that? Have you tried turning your brightness down? Yeah, true, true. That's another. Well, no, because they never rotate, do they? It's just the feet. Yeah, no, so it doesn't work. No, go back. The fuck? Yeah, so we need to rotate it by this. Somewhere. Is it just a matter of combining them? Maybe. Yeah, audio's fine. Audio's seemingly fine. Can I? Is that in fucking dick space? What's that? World local. There we go. No, fuck you, you bastard ass bastard. The fuck? So that works. That works. Does it work? Yeah, it seemingly does. And then if I rotated you back this way, then that does its thing, that does its thing, and then anywhere in between, that seemingly works. Or not. Although, wait, is it just because the strength is... Strength isn't high enough. Or is it because... No, it's... Okay, it needs to not be inverted. Then it should work. What the fuck am I... Why... Foot joint, position strength 10,000. 100,000. Okay, so that does work now. You are self-stabilizing. So when I... Let's say I've got both the feet on the ground, right? If I wanted to, like, make one shorter or longer, to, like, lean our character to the side. Oh, this one's way... The snare drum's so fucking loud in that song. If I wanted the character to lean to the side... We don't want to tell one foot to go up, right? We want to say maintain this position with a different leg length. Like if I said max length, I don't know, multiply by 5, then these guys should both get shorter. What the fuck? Ah. Right, no, because 0... Right, the default space is 0. So... I said -1... So fucking confused. So 0.5 is the maximum shortness. No, it's not actually. No, it should be -1, but then the fucking capsule. But they're at the pelvis position now, yeah. Right, so as we go negative 0.2, then that's that's 20% shorter. How the fuck do we lean the fucking... So we could do each appendage... Rather than having to, like, hard code oh, you need to do this to go that way. We can go for each appendage. Get their location relative to the pelvis and whatnot. And then we know which one to make shorter. Shorter relative to the biggest one. With the yeah. Well, I kind of want to use real numbers because, like, when you start thinking about like characters that are taller or shorter or, you know, whatever, and we're in world space and we want to be like, okay, we need to make this this triangle, or, you know, lean the character this much, therefore. So yeah, we've got feet offset and then, or feet, let's call this feet rotation offset for leaning. Then we'll have another one. Well, I mean, this could also be per foot, but, you know. Calculate the distance to the ground, line trace. Yeah. Well, currently that doesn't matter too much because we're just concerned about like its local, like keeping the capsule, you know, upright. How expensive performance-wise? Not super. It'll all be very, like, simple. There's no, like, you know, hefty, like, prediction or, like, deep learning and shit. It'll probably be about as expensive as the regular, like, character movement component. Because, like, it doesn't have to do as many arbitrary, like, traces and checks and, you know, game thread depenetration from physics objects and all that. It's just all, like, parallel in the physics engine. Aside from all this logic, you know. At least 2 cents, exactly. Also, Adam, how you doing? How doing? Nice. I'm pretty good. I'm just chilling. Chilling, doing feet stuff. If I did, right, let's get all of our feet. Get. Not fucking get, for each. Oh, well, no, this is... If we're a human, we might be using our grippers without walking on them, right? But I guess then that would be an edge case, because most things don't. Well, a lot of things use grippers, but that's more so for, like, climbing and shit, right? Climbing and crawling. So let's just presume, yeah, whatever. Let's break. Beak? Break. Break PP feet. Foot collision, get location. You know, this should be its own function called calc leg length offset for lean. Although now we're just going to be... Yeah, Cram, new place is good. It's very swag. It's very peaceful, aside from the neighbors' loud dogs. But it's like... It's cool. Cool place, cool vibes. It's party time, you know? We're just partying every day. I can just like punch holes in the wall and no one can stop me, you know? It's a magic feeling. Not that I do that, because then obviously I have to repair it. But like, I only get in trouble with myself. Right, so we've got a guy. We've got the guy. Capsule man. Let's say he's like this. Center of gravity's over here somewhere. Our feet are like this. And so we want to be like, hey, bitch, you should like... This foot should be shorter. So how do we... Do we just want to, like, equilateralize the... It's called rent... Exactly. We could do something like... We could do it length... Like, length from pelvis to this. And try to maintain equal length. Because if we're... Or actually, no, from center of gravity, maintain equal length. No. Nice one, B. So yeah, presuming we don't know which is left and which is right, how the fuck do we... How do we do? Like if we're like this, and yeah, they're like equidistant, it's like cool. I don't think equidistance is the way to go though. We could, okay, let's do like the lean. We're leaning this way. We can get the vector between the two guys, the 2 feet. And then cross product with the current balance vector. No, but then we'd have to know which is left and which is right. Trying to see how the knee would need to be placed. No, we're trying to see if, let's say, can that, does that even have, yeah. If we were like losing balance this direction, like if we're going back and forwards, right? We can just move our feet. You know, let me just go back to this. So I can actually rotate, not like an idiot. If we're leaning forward, wait, why are they going the wrong way? If we're leaning forward, he should be, yeah, pushing his feet. The other way. Is it just the stiffness is keeping it? Hold on. What the fuck? That's not correct either. Why is it? Target balance is straight up. Center of gravy minus fulcrum center normalize. Give us the current balance vector. Use that as the up vector. Oh, wait. Center of gravy, fulcrum center. That's 0. Yeah, no, that's right. Okay, now this is right. Yeah, now it's correct. Okay. Is it just the starting rotation is done? Like, that should be working. Is it just that I've set the fucking... Sorry, one sec. This one. That's probably just too high and it's like jittering the shit out of it. Why isn't that stabilizing? Like, what's wrong with it? Like, it's doing all the right shit. Enough set for leaning. Update appendage. Let's just make him tall again. What the fuck? Okay, no, it's just kind of fucked up. No! Oh my god. Fuck. What happened here? Get in there, you bitch. Close all tabs to the right. Okay. So no, we're just trying to... You know how you can lean left and right by adjusting the length of your leg, right? That's kind of what we're trying to do. But just figuring out, like, if we had 3 legs, or we had 4 legs, and we wanted to orient using the length of our legs, as in, like, the tilt, orient our tilt, then yeah, we need to know, like, how long our legs should be at any given moment. Because it'll be relevant, like, when we're running, right? Or whatever. We'll need to make sure that one leg is slightly shorter than the other in order to, like, turn. You know? Or that our feet are slightly tilted, you know, back or forward. I'm, like, pretty sure it's supposed to be a delta rotator. I think I just balked it before. And that this needs to be inverted because it's going from the hip down. No, okay, so that was... So when we're leaning this way, he'll do that to try and lean us back that way, and then when we go forward, he'll try and do that to keep us forward. Cool. And that obviously needs, like, a limit. Well, either a limit or... Oh, wait, hold on. Is that going the... Yeah, no, that's correct that way as well. Let me just rotate 90 degrees. Does that still... Yeah. We go that way, then... Yeah. Okay, so it is just a delta of the inverted look-at rotation against this character fucking reference rotation. I should probably cache that. Because yeah, basically we need to be able to tell the character, hey, you should lose, like you should balance forward. So that then we can then, you know, run. That's why we need the character to be able to stabilize and also unstabilize. Like if I say target balance, you know, like diagonal from where the character is, then like it needs to be able to, well, it needs to be able to go in that direction. Yeah, like diagonally. But currently, because we're not adjusting the length of the legs, like you can see the feet will tilt like this way to try and, you know, do it. But that ain't enough. So we need to, yeah, be able to make the character lean to the side. Which, like... yeah, current balance vector, blah, 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 blah. How? How? It's also like if one foot is in front of the other. And this is overhead, by the way. Then we can only lean like this way using the length of the feet. Well, no, actually, that's not true. Because of the shape of the feet. Like, you know, because they're like that. We can actually just lean left and right without... So it's more about the facing of our feet at that point, right? I need to get up. So like, I'm here and I want to like move that way. Yeah. Bend the knee. Bend the knee. And then if I'm like this... No, I guess it is still more like... Oh, no, that's more... Yeah, no, I'm shifting center of gravity when doing this. So, yeah, it's more like... This is just well, I can... No, well, that's just my shit flexibility. And leg strength. If I'm like this, do I... No, it is... Yeah. You know, the other thing we could do is just fake it. Just do fake forces, just angular forces, you know? Although, to be fair, I'd rather get it working like 90% raw dog and then add some extra forces just to like prevent weird edge cases. I don't want it to be the other way around where it's like 90% fake. Because that's when you start getting like weird floaty feeling movement and stuff. Like totally accurate battle simulator. Or Exanima suffers from it a bit, where it's kind of like, or Half Sword, where it's like the character is kind of hoisted by an invisible harness by the pelvis, which just like floats above the ground, and then everything else kind of like spiders along, like you'd do with like an IK spider. You're ignoring the force the feet exert. Yeah, exactly. Whereas I want this to all be from... Like, the only reason we can run or move is because our feet, you know, is like friction, gravity, and, well, that's it. Friction and gravity. Like, yeah, I could do something like... Oh, for turning. Yeah. No, the twisting of the feet. Yeah. So let's say we wanted to like lean to the right, left or right slight. With the current thing, it'll just, yeah. But then we want to do, so if I look at rotation, that's the difference between the current balance vector and the target balance. We could probably use this. Feet rotation offset for leaning. And just make the target angle between... I mean, look, okay. Let's just say we like, let's just cheat for a second. Let's just get left and right, and we know what the offset for leaning needs to be. Like, yeah, this won't be very robust at all. Well, because one, they don't go from the pelvis. They go from, well, the, you know, the hips, the side of the hips. But let's just get this little offset thing. And that should be the pitch, right? And then let's just do some arbitrary value. That should be a min. And then for each degree, well, each degree, make it shorter by 1 unit, you know. So if we're leaning this way, then we're trying to... Yeah, we're making the left one shorter. Same with that way. No, did I just fuck it up? Was I supposed to use the roll? Wait, which fucking direction is it? Yeah, no, it is the roll. And then should it be... this way? Or is it just too strong? I mean, that was vaguely correct, right? But it's just like the... I might just beef up the strengths a bunch. So that's at 10,000. You're at 10,000, you're at 1,000. Let's go. 10,000. Right, no, I'm telling it to lean, aren't I? In the target balance, I was saying, like, you know, lean to the right a bit. So this is saying, like, yeah, lean this way slightly. Yeah, like that. Then if I go back and forth, it shouldn't do any. It's just about the... but it's obviously way too overtuned. Where the fuck? Was it just in here? Where was I doing that? Here. For each degree, negative 0.1. So that's like for each 10 degrees, 1 unit. That might be way too small. No, it's... no. It only has to be very slight. Like, yeah, like that. And it probably needs damping, but like, whatever. But again, this is just a hard-tuned, like, leg get shorter. It doesn't calculate anything, really. Although it will never make a leg longer, you know? But then if I wanted to do, you know, like make the character crouch or something. Wait, fuck, is that supposed to go? It's supposed to go that way, right? And that one's from here. Crouching character. Yeah. So look, that's just some really giga basic, like, lean control. So yeah, so now if I said... Oh, you know what? In that example just there, I was still trying to make it lean slightly. So we just say, hey, like, be upright. Now it should be a lot more stable, because it's not trying to... not trying to get somewhere it shouldn't be. But yeah, I don't really like the idea of making it. Obviously, at that point, you know, it would take a step. But the main thing about this is that, like, it works. It works. It just works. Now, this won't... Well, actually, you know what? It might actually work on an incline, because it's just completely feedback-based at the moment. Well, okay, if I turned him around so he wasn't like... Yeah, like, technically it would work like this, because it's going to try and maintain upright. But yeah. Would that work? 90 degrees? No, it wouldn't, because... So this is where it would be important to, like, actually have the you know, the leg shortening. But yeah, if we said target balance this way... Right, that's in world space. So yeah, if we wanted it to start leaning this way, we can do that. If we wanted it to start leaning sideways, we can do that. So yeah, past what this point here. So that's the target lean. Yeah. So in the old physical dude, did I just have it hard-coded into... Yeah, that's lit. Input velocity, input velocity, input player camera component. Do you know you stream one of the reasons I got into stylized rendering? Streaming's one of the only things I do lately. So I need to pull a few things from here. I could just steal this shit. And go to our... Well, he can die, because you're not real. And then make a child, which is the test player. Although we need to, so if I create variable, then can I move variable to parent class? There we go. Yeah, this is so scuffed. Do not do movement input like this. Oh, wait, no, it's already parented. No, you know what, 90. Fine. And I should be able to do, what, like fucking possess these nuts? Oh, it's not a fucking pawn, is it? Reparent. To pawn. Look, I am the guy. Cool. And then where the fuck are these? Now move the guy. That's my plan. Why won't it work though? Ah. No, that should, yeah, move base. Move XY, like a balance XY. Is this even triggering? You hashtag triggering, bro. What's the fucking F9, is it? Yeah. Okay. Okay, it is actually. Okay. Then why is that not getting fucking... Does it need to be instanced editable? That shouldn't be it, but... Oh wow, it's cursed, but it should still be working. Why doesn't it? Like, we're updating the target balance, right? Oh, now it wants to fucking work. And now it doesn't. Is it when it... No, that can't be it. It's as though when it's... Oh, is it maybe sleeping? Because, like, if it's... Yeah... It might be going to sleep. Yeah, okay. So it is working. Is it in... It would need to be converted to, yeah, camera space and whatever. Oh, actually, no. Well... I'm saying W up. Maybe I need to brain it a bit longer. But yeah, I think once it's once we lose balance, or once we're aiming to be walking, we just need to record a stride, you know, transform. Into a curve or something, like this. Whatever running looks like. And then we just cycle through that by issuing, you know, relative to the pelvis, you know, where the legs need to be to like do that. And then it's just a matter of, I mean, there's a couple things we could do. We could make a blend space between curves. So it's essentially like an animation blend space, but you know, with forward, left, right, and the diagonals and stuff. I think really we probably don't need to. I think the trajectories are quite similar whether we're strafing or forward. As long as the feet don't intersect. Did you know this guy training an AI to walk? Believe you use Unity for the actual graphics? Yeah, so I don't want to train anything. I have watched like a million videos on, yeah, like deep learning for things walking and stuff. But I think when you get to that point, they almost become too robust and also expensive, like performance-wise. But yeah, I think once we can use some like stabilizing, as long as it's only angular forces, then most stuff should be okay. And if it's subtle, which can get rid of some of the jitter. But yeah, I think with some stabilization, because like obviously like when you're running, you're not thinking about, oh, we're going on the left foot, so we need to like slightly go this way, and the right foot slightly go that way. We don't really want to program that. I think we'll just try to keep it as simple as possible whilst, you know, maintaining physicality. Yeah, I think definitely going from the pelvis as the reference point, or I guess the center of, oh no, is it the center of gravity or the pelvis? I guess it's from the center of gravity. Well, no, I guess from the... Yeah, I don't know. I might actually see if there's any papers on bipedal, you know, bipedal robot piston legs. Robot Mania. That's funny as. Because, yeah, we don't need knees. Maybe I'll try telescopic. Or prismatic. I don't know, bipedal robot with under-actuated telescopic straight legs. Some math. Okay. The equivalent of motion of extendable links while maintaining constant height for the robot's center of mass. This kind of simplified model proves to be efficient in practical applications. I'm glad we don't have to work with like fucking sensors and stuff, because we can just get rotation, get current, you know, blah blah blah. But yeah, I might call it there and work on it a bit tomorrow. Tomorrow off stream, and hopefully brain it out a bit. I don't want to bore you guys too much with whatever the hell it is. How the hell do I raid? I don't want to knock. How do I fucking... gotta go the thing with the... Creator dashboard. Stream manager. But yeah, I think... Look, I know this is possible. And then when we start, yeah, just like stabilizing a little bit, it should be pretty cool. Yeah. I should probably figure out some proper math for the legs. But then it might not even be necessary once we have some stabilization. Also, humans can kind of gyroscope using our hands. Like if you're in zero gravity and you start doing these ones, you'll start doing a flip. Big control, yeah, so we'll be using PID or PID like we did with the ball bot, but it will essentially be controlling the stride speed or the stride length. Or yeah, we could even use a PD controller or even PID for the just character like static stabilization. Also, why am I so blurry? There we go. HD. HDD's nuts. Yeah. I have faith. We trust in the process. A lot of our body movement mechanics depend on internal tension forces of our cord, counter movement of a limb. Yeah. Which we can approximate as just a fake angular force applied to the capsule. Because we are trying to get giga simplified. I mean, I did that a fair bit in the ballbot one. Yeah, it should be fine. It's nice to be back. It's nice to be back. It's been fun. But yeah, I think we're gonna raid. We'll raid Crimson, who's doing friend slop game dev. Hell yeah. But I'll probably be back tomorrow. Tomorrow evening, after some tomorrow daytime dev. But yeah, have a great night, everyone. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you. And with that, we say goodbye. There we go. That's the outro. And also to the YouTubers. Oh wait, you know what? I can raid on YouTube. I think. Unless... Wow, he's not live on YouTube?